Hey, everybody. So we're doing healing the cardiovascular system. And, you know, we've talked about the cardiovascular system before, not just the healing the cardiovascular system 1.0. Um, but, a lot of times we talk about things like from the point of view of just treating symptoms. A lot of times, even when we think of like herbal remedies or how do I treat this, we think of it as like what's the remedy to put in place? When we come at it from the point of view of dysregulation and vagal tone, basically regulating the autonomic nervous system, which is the involuntary part of your nervous system that kind of runs your body, you could say. You're looking at the function. And whenever we have like symptoms or we have an area that's compromised or degenerating, part of the issue is that there's an imbalance in the nervous system. And we try to fix that specific area, but we really don't look at the overall function of the nervous system. That is a reflection of something going on rather than just the issue that needs to be addressed. And so, a lot of times when we think of like herbs or we think of essential oils, we just think of something to take to alleviate some sort of symptom or just to make something go away so that I can get back to the things that we're doing. But here, with this approach of diminishing dysregulation, which is associated with fight, flight, and action activity, and increasing and improving vagal tone, which is rest, repair, healing, digestion, basically also like processing our emotions and our ability to like release stress and like be able to reset, right? When we look at it from this point of view, it's really more of an approach or a modality to go after and recondition the body and the physiology and undo all the conditioning from things in the past. A lot of times when we have, like here, we're talking about the cardiovascular system, a lot of times there has been a prolonged period of conditioning. Could be negative emotions, could be stresses, could be even some of our genetics could play a role in this. And it starts to throw the nervous system out of whack. And then eventually it starts to produce symptoms. And so when we look at the cardiovascular system, we really don't think about it till we have a problem. But a lot of emotional processing happens based on the vagal tone and the level or degree of dysregulation in this particular system. A good example of this is things like anxiety and panic attacks. Um, when the cardiovascular system is in a dysregulated state with poor vagal tone, it makes you feel like something bad's going to happen. Something's not right. It's the opposite of what you would think about when the heart chakra is activated or you have like a very good sense of emotional well-being is like you feel like everything's good, everything's okay, even in the face of difficulty, everything's okay. And so the physiology is also a reflection on um, emotion and eventually affects how we think. It also affects how we perceive how things are happening in our external world. So there's a part of it that's about how we feel internally, about us, and then it's also a part of it is tied to how we interact with the outside world, people, situations, events, whatever that might be. When when we're dealing with the outside world, that is tied more to the areas that can get dysregulated. When it comes to us, how we feel internally, that has more to do with the vagal tone and the level or degree of vagal tone, right? And so we want to be able to balance both. We want to be able to interact with the outside world and not have it throw our physiology off. and we want to be able to turn inward and feel good about ourselves, and even when we're dealing with something difficult in the external world, we want to be able to deal with it and be able to release something that's negative or reset after there's been a weird event, right? And so that is referred to as vagal anchoring, right? Is your ability to reset after an upsetting event. So there's the idea of getting triggered, but then how quickly do you recover, right? And a lot of times what happens is we don't recover. We get locked into a loop. We get locked into something where it's just this program that keeps running, even though we step away from the situation, it keeps running. And, it gets easily triggered by external events. So we want to unwind all these things. We want to have a nice sense of well-being. Now, here's the thing, like I'm saying a bunch of words and maybe it makes some sense and maybe it doesn't. The bottom line is notice how you feel as we go through and we do these processes. That will tell you more than my words, right? It's easier to process this information when we have experiences with the subject, the subject matter. And so, I'm sitting here talking about vagal tone and balancing the nervous system and how we get stressed out and our ability to recover or not recover and, how these things function. But, you know, we try to intellectually understand them. But bottom line is, when we start to have the experiences, it starts to make sense because we have a certain level or degree of awareness of like how we feel and how we feel when we have these interactions or how we feel when we exert ourselves or whatever that might be. But we don't always know why we don't feel good or we don't know why, this situation is upsetting and triggering. I think that's the thing that if we walk away with a couple like grabs from this is a lot of our emotions are more about our body and our physiology than they are about us just having emotions independent. You know, um, a lot of how we think starts with how we feel, right? And then it gets kind of processed by the nervous system, and then pretty soon that affects our mind. And so the idea of treating dysregulation and improving vagal tone improves how we feel. And if we start to feel better, if we start to feel good, like our physiology, our body, our emotions, we start to feel better, it starts to affect the mind. And over a period of time, it starts to impact a deeper state, like a state of being. Like if we've had traumatic events when we were younger, our body is in a state of trauma. Like it kind of is always experiencing that. And as we go through and we unwind the dysregulation and the proving the vagal tone, we start to unwind some of these aspects of like the state of the body. Yeah, I just opened up a can of worms in my mind. So I'm processing like I don't know that anybody noticed, but like I noticed, so now I'm processing it. Because here's the thing too. Like you hear people talk about generational healing, or you hear people talk about all kinds of things. And part of some of our difficulties have to do with the genetics of our body, right? It's not necessarily how grandma behaved or grandpa behaved or whatever, but through the ages, the different generations had some sort of impact on the genetics, but also the genetics are wired in a particular way for survival. And so, it's a complicated thing, but part of us being able to achieve that sense of well-being is the reorganization of the form, right? Basically, you're letting light in, and light starts to refine and reorganize the form. And so the way that we let light in, especially the early stages, is diminishing dysregulation and improving vagal tone. Like these are the cycles in your body. And if we can balance those out, more light or more soul energy comes in. And as it comes in, it starts to reorganize or refine the form. And all of a sudden, you'll notice, like, hey, I feel different. Hey, I'm thinking different. Hey, I'm behaving different. Hey, that used to trigger me and now it doesn't. So, yes, we want to be able to treat symptoms more effectively and more efficiently. That is very true. But we also want to have quality of life. We want to have an improvement of how we feel and how we think and how we behave and how we interact with the outside world and how we feel when we lay down at night and put our head on the pillow and how we're thinking and reflecting on the day. We want not just a reduction of symptom, we want better quality of life, bottom line. And when you're trying to target better quality of life, the idea of diminishing the dysregulation and improving the vagal tone is key. Like it is the key to helping you feel better about all of those things. So as we go through and do this, all of it's going to have an impact on emotion and how we feel, and some of it targets specific kinds of physiology. It's not necessarily trying to treat a specific symptom, but if you had a particular condition or a particular symptom, by improving vagal tone, that symptom becomes easier to treat. That condition becomes easier to treat. So the goal is to accelerate our body's ability to regenerate and heal and to reduce whatever condition or symptoms there, but also we want to feel better. We want to think better. We want to behave more how we choose rather than just conditioning from a body that's in a stress state, right? So with that, we're going to start off with addressing the emotion generated by the cardiovascular system. Now, a lot of times we think of emotion as just something that we feel and it arises, but a lot of times what we would call lower emotion or homeostatic emotion is generated by the body to help us to take some sort of action or try to thrive in the environment. Now, the body generating emotion to try to get us to thrive doesn't mean like, I want you to feel good as you go out there. It just wants you to keep the body alive, right? So if we look at the idea of the fight flight mechanisms, right, which is really action and activity, and fight flight is a byproduct of when the body feels threatened, right, or it feels compromised, or it feels that something bad might happen, right? So if you're in fight flight and you need to fight, you're going to fight better if you're angry, right? And so if the body thinks like, hey, this situation you're going to have to fight, so it generates anger, right? So that when the time comes, you can fight better. And if the body decides like, hey, you're going to need to run, you need to get out of here. Like this is not a safe place. You got to run. Now in your mind, it might not look like a situation where you need to turn around and run like you're running from a cheetah. You know what I mean? But whatever's being triggered is making you have a certain kind of reaction where you're like, I need to get out of here. So your body goes to this primal aspect of itself and goes, well, if you're afraid, right? If you have anxiety or fear, if you're in panic, you're going to run way faster than if you're not afraid. So you should be afraid because you need to get out of here, right? Now, the difficulty is we're seeing it from a conditioned lens, right? A conditioned lens. The more that we're in dysregulation, the more narrow our perceptions become, right? And so instead of seeing like, yeah, this is maybe a little bit of a scary situation, but I'm not going to be physically harmed. It's just going to be a weird conversation, or they're going to say some snotty little remark or something, or they're going to be real needy or something, whatever it is, right? But when the perception is narrowed, it becomes more survival oriented, right? So the more that we're in dysregulation, the more we see threat, the more we see potential for trauma, the more we see the need for protecting ourselves. So then that means we start generating more lower emotion of like, hey, you're going to have to fight. Hey, you're going to have to run. If you feel traumatized or you're not sure what to do, the body makes you feel overwhelmed so that you stop and potentially take in information, right? Usually, when you stop like that and you're overwhelmed, you don't really take in information, you just stop, right? You freeze, right? And then there is the fawning component or the appeasing component. So, with that, if you feel abandoned, right? Or you feel the potential of abandonment or rejection, then the tendency to fawn or to appease somebody is heightened so that you socially fit in or you fit into the pact or you fit into the tribe or, whatever it might be, right? And so, sometimes people will say, well, I have issues with abandonment. We all do. Like everybody, it's tied to the nervous system. But when this area is been conditioned or been agitated for a period of time, when the perception has been narrowed, right? When the perception has been greatly narrowed, then the potential for us to feel abandonment becomes heightened and becomes it happens more often, right? It keeps getting triggered more and more. So if we go and we visit the stories in our head, like this happened on that day, and when I was 15, this happened, and when I was 25, this happened, and when I was 35, this happened. We get to a better place mentally, but our body still sees the threat. It still has the narrow perception that makes us go to that place of abandonment, right? So when we're trying to deal with abandonment, part of the issue is we have to bring greater vagal tone and diminish dysregulation in these areas associated with abandonment, right? So the more we keep balancing out the nervous system, the more we're living in the now and we're not living in the past with all the past experiences, right? So I've said this thing before where think of it as like you have this lens in front of you, and all your experiences, good or bad, kind of puts a little bit of green on this lens, right? Puts a little green, a little green, a little green, a little green. And 20 years goes by and it's a shade of green. And then another 10 or 20 years goes by, it's a darker shade of green, right? And then one day somebody comes up and holds up a red ball in front of you and goes, hey, what is this? And you look at it and you go, it's a ball. And you're seeing that for what it is. It's a ball. But then they go, what color is it? And you look at it and you go, it's a ball. And you're seeing that for what it is. It's a ball. But then they go, what color is it? And you're seeing that for what it is. It's a ball. But then they go, what color is it? And you look at it and you go, it's a ball. And you're seeing that for what it is. It's a ball. And through those green lenses, right? All that green on the lens, you look at the red ball, through the green, it looks brown or black. So this is that narrowed perception, right? That then makes you look at something in a very particular way, right? When the perception is opened up, we see less of the green and we see more of the red, if that makes sense. So that's what we're shooting for. We're not just trying to target a symptom. We're also shifting our perception. We're shifting how we interact. We're shifting how we feel. We're shifting the emotions that get generated. And we're improving the function of the body, right? So, right off the bat, let's have you just close your eyes and just check in with how you feel, your body, your emotions. Did you have a good week, a bad week? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling not so good? Okay. So we're kind of checking in with ourselves so we know where we started. We're not necessarily trying to target a particular thing. We're just noticing this is how I feel, right? So we're going to start off. You're going to choose an oil. So clary sage, white spruce, helichrysum, frankincense, especially frankincense vital, Palo Santo, or St. John's wort, or the cardio emotional vagal tone. In the optional kit, that is the oil that was available, right? The cardio emotional vagal tone. So before we start inhaling it, we're going to talk about this first process. So part of when we're going through and we're addressing these things, the processes themselves produce a result, but the oils also produce a result, and then we put them together, right? So with this, the process helps us to shift the vagal tone. It improves vagal tone, right? And it diminishes the negative emotions or the lower emotions. Basically, it does it through like the processing of emotions. The issues of like anger or fear or abandonment, they become an issue for us because they're emotion that gets unprocessed. If we think about how a loop works, is like, okay, I think I might not be fitting in this situation. And even if we have this thing come up where like, I'm starting to feel abandoned, I'm starting to feel a little rejected. I don't know. Or there's the potential of rejection. And then you adjust your behavior in the situation, and then the situation goes away. Well, if we don't have good vagal anchoring, right, we stay in that abandoned, like kind of phase, and it becomes a loop, right? Or it already engages an already existing loop. If if our nervous system is well balanced, it's like that might get triggered, like, hey, I'm starting to feel rejected. And then the person walks away and I was like, okay, false alarm, no big deal. Right. But when we're already in a place where there's dysregulation and poor vagal tone, it either exaggerates something that was already there, or it creates a new loop where even though that person has gone away or that situation has gone away, we're now in this abandonment loop, right? Right. So Part of how we break out of that is we process the emotion that comes up. And it doesn't mean you have to relive the old experience or you have to relive what's happening. All you have to do is increase the communication between the body and the mind. You don't have to worry about the subject matter. You just have to turn up the volume of listening, right? That's all you have to do. So, how we do that is we check in with the body. Now, if we think of like narrowed perception, right? That narrowed perception, another way of saying a narrowed perception is you get focused on something. We get fixated on something, right? When we have a bigger perception, right? That's more about awareness, right? So if we want to shift into that bigger state of awareness or that bigger state of perception, right? Then we just need to listen. We need to listen to the body, right? So listening to the body is just being aware of the body, and you're just checking in with the body. Do I feel tension in my shoulders? Do I feel tension in my jaw? Do I feel tension in my spine? Do I feel tension in my hamstrings? How are my feet? Am I even aware of my feet? And as you start to pay attention to your body, you'll start to notice, like, hey, you know what? There's a bunch of tension in my body. There's a bunch of tension in my shoulders. So then, to take it a step further, you put your attention on that area, right? Your your fight flight mechanisms tend to focus on something. They narrow the perception as much as you try to go, stop doing that. Don't do that anymore. The nervous system will just double down. The body will go, you don't understand. I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure. This is a threatening situation. Just like if you were having an interaction with somebody and they weren't listening to you, what do? You talk louder, you talk faster, you get more aggressive, whatever it is, because you're trying to get heard. Your body does the same thing with your mind. So if you just listen, the body goes, okay, I'm feeling heard. I can calm down. Maybe the mind knows more than I do, so I'll calm down, right? So what we're doing is you focus on an area because that's part of dysregulation is like, ugh, this hurts, or that hurts, or that is scary, or that feels like rejection. So then you take that mindset or that perceptive process and you direct it. You direct it to the body. And then you go, okay, I have tension in my shoulders. I'm just going to stare at it. I'm just going to watch it. And then what starts to happen is eventually the mind kind of goes, well, this is boring. Nothing's happening. And that's exactly the point, is you want the body to see nothing is happening. As you do that, you start to diminish stress, you start to diminish the dysregulation in the nervous system, and you start to become less focused with your survival perception, and it starts to relax the perception, right? You start to go into rest and repair mode. You start to process the emotion that's generated, and you have vagal anchoring where it comes in and goes, okay, yeah, there was a threat. Now it's gone. Be it real or perceived, now it's gone. And we can go back to the way we were. So you complete that neural process and then you go into a state of completion. So the act of body listening becomes very important. So let's do that. Be aware of your body. You're observing the body. You're observing your body. Wherever you felt some tension, you're just observing it. You're not trying to make it go away. You're not trying to relax it. You're just observing it. Okay, just let that go. So, another way of saying what you just did by observing the body is you began transmuting something in your body. You're transmuting the nervous system. You're transmuting the state of the body. You're transmuting the perceptions of the body where it felt unsafe or that it needed to protect itself or things didn't feel stable. And so you started to raise the vibration of the body. It improves the function of the body. It improves the function of the chakras. It improves the perception of the body. Like it sees things a little more clearly other than just through the lens of a threat or survival, right? And so there's an energy center that is about raising the vibration of the body and transmutation, which is opposite your navel on your low back. So after you do your body awareness, if you want to deepen this, you go to the low back area, the backside of your navel, and you just put your awareness on that spot. So we're still not doing oils. You're just going to put your awareness on that low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. and then let it go. Notice how you feel right now. Okay, so we're going to do that same thing now, but now we're going to do it with the oil. So whichever oil that you have, be it the blend or one of the single oils, begin by observing the body. Where do you feel some tension or something in the body? Observe that area and then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still observing the body. And then just pause and let it go. Just pause and let it go. Now your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let it go. Observe the body again. Feel where you have some tension or agitation in the body. Just aware. Okay, you're observing your body. Go ahead and begin inhaling as you observe that area of your body. And then you're just letting it go. Your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. Okay, now this next piece, we're going to do the materialization breath. So you're going to take the oil, you're going to hold it to your chest. Your chin is going to go down. You're going to inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale through your mouth. That's one breathing cycle. Right? So you're going to go down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. We're going to do 8 or 9 of these. Okay, so bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. You're just being still. The materialization breath diminishes dysregulation and improves vagal tone. What you're doing is you're materializing light. For light to come in, there has to be a balance of the two. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale. Do 6 or 7 more at your own pace. You're just being still. Now, your awareness is between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. Move your awareness to the base of your skull. Your awareness is on the base of your skull. And then your awareness is on the spine. And then pause and let go. You're just letting it cook for a minute. And then make it. Notice how you feel your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Mhm. Now that was kind of a long, slow drive through that process. Plus, I talked a lot. We're gonna revisit it and just kind of go kind of like fast, so it's something you could do. It's not something you have to do daily, but maybe once a week or twice a week you could do it, and combined with segment two. but we'll do a quicker version of it. But let's talk about it first. Questions, shares, how did you do? Let's process that. You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. That definitely, it'll be interesting to hear the shortened version because that just felt so good.
Doesn't
That
it?
that feels like something I need in my daily practice at the moment.
If you feel up to it, you could do it. I think Samantha was doing it daily there for a while, and I mean, it's something that you could do daily. You know, I'd say the cardiovascular system probably impacts us. I mean, it's definitely the top two or three systems in the body that impact our emotions and how we feel that eventually then gets processed and affects our mind. And, we don't really think about it like that, but it just feels so flippin' good. I mean, if you change how you feel, then it's just like this chain reaction goes up the ladder and you end up feeling very different.
I think that's with taking all these classes over the years. I think it's that not responding, not reacting,
Right,
um, that is the biggest overall change. I mean, and there's been so many things,
right,
but just being able to look at it and go, I used to react differently to this,
right.
and it's huge.
I
Thanks.
know, because if you think about it, like, I mean, in the world today, there's so many triggers. There's so many triggers, way more than there was, 10, 15 years ago. And then, you know, as we kind of grow and whatever, like just the people in our lives, our family, our friends, our peers at work or whatever, as time goes by, we have greater potential for connection, but also a greater potential for triggers, because there's been a lot of water under the bridge. And so it's like you said, it's nice to not have the reactions as the years go by.
It also has allowed me to release or reinvent relationships that are not
True.
healthy for me, and
Right.
and find people in my life that are about joy and a more peaceful way of living. um
Yeah.
no doubt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like you get to kind of pick your family, there's the family you're born into, but then you get to go through and like pick your family.
And also just look at the family you're born into
Yeah,
differently, where you can have compassion for them, but you don't need everything involved in it.
I would agree. And I like what you said about reinventing relationships. Like that's a great way of looking at it. Because, you know, I'm not sure how you're talking about it, but like I just think about it from, my end. And it's like, there was interactions in a particular way for so long or a dynamic, and then it's like the dynamic can change and at some point we keep wrestling with that same old way of doing things, and at some point you're just like, if you take the triggers away and you're non-reactive, you get a greater potential to choose how you're going to act, choose how you're going to behave, choose how you're going to engage.
Well, thanks. This is a really important tool. This
Yeah,
is,
good.
I'm not sure tool's the right word, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying.
And somebody shared, I feel open and vulnerable, but not in a fearful way.
Oh, good.
There's there's a slight pressure in my chest as there's a lot more to clear.
Yeah.
Somebody said my body spontaneously started physically moving and unwinding
Oh, good.
through the neck and shoulders.
Mhm.
I'm so out of it. I wish I could share.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you're already ready for bed.
Yeah. Get a
So,
better, deeper night's sleep.
so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do like a quicker version and then we'll jump into segment two. So I'll see you at 35 after. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're going to do that same process, but we're going to do it a little bit quicker, like something you do like maybe on a daily basis. I think it's good to do a long, slow approach like what we just did. But if we look at it from a practical point of view, most times you're going to sit down and just fire off and do it real quickly. So let's do that version. So you're going to use the same oil you were using. First, you're doing body awareness. So be aware of your body. Find an area in your body, some tension. The idea is to focus on an area and then let your attention be there for a while to let your perception shift. And you're inhaling the oils. Now, move your awareness to the low back, the back side of the navel. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the low back. And then pause and let that go. Okay, so you're going to hold the bottle to your chest. Your chin's going down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. And you're just pausing and being still. And then bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. And when you're done, just be still and be aware. Let's do that one more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. When you're done, just be still. You're inhaling, your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the eyebrows. Move your awareness to the base of your skull. And then your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Eyes open. And then just pause and let go. You're just being still. Now we're going to move to segment 2. Segment 1 was about increasing vagal tone, and segment 2 is about regulating the potential dysregulation of the other side of the nerve, those nerves, right? So basically, stress. This is what happens when the body gets stuck in a loop. We think of emotional loops, but the body can get stuck in physical loops, which will manifest as symptoms and will manifest as an area being compromised or degenerating. So with that, you have single oils, tarragon, aniseed myrtle, tolu balsam, marjoram, lemon verbena, or the blend cardio emotional dysregulation, which is also in the optional kit. So we're going to be doing the same process. This is basically the other side of the coin. The two segments make up kind of a more complete way of treating this aspect of the cardiovascular system. Here we're focused on the generation of lower emotion. So you're practicing body awareness. Observe your body. Where do you feel something in your body? You're practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, so we're going to do that one again. We're going to spend a little extra time with the body awareness. So be aware of your body, check in with your body. Where do you feel something? The idea being that it's not so much about where you pick. It's more about you practicing awareness and like tuning into your body, listening to your body, and then going to an area where there's like some sort of tension. It doesn't have to be like the top one. I mean, that's what we shoot for, but it's not about just going like, oh, I have a bad shoulder or I have a hip, and you just like deciding, like sit and practice awareness for a moment. Like, how is my body feeling? Where am I feeling something in my body? Where is the tension? Where is the discomfort? Where is there a little bit of agitation? Right? So be aware of your body. Just keep observing your body for a moment. You're inhaling as you're observing your body. And then just pause for a moment. Now your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're using oils. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go ahead and say it. You're pausing and letting go. Okay, so bottle to your chest, chin down. You're going to do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're doing it at your own pace. You're just being still. Okay, bottle to your chest again and again. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. You're just being still. Okay, one more time. 8 or 9 breaths. Go at your own pace. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Go to the base of your skull. Hmm. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're just pausing and being still. Just let it incubate. Just being still. How's that feeling for you? Better? So let's go ahead and do shares. Shares, questions, you can unmute yourself, type in. Let's see how you're doing. Process what happened.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a moment, but so what happened with me and this second segment is I was like, oh, this is really helping because I wasn't quite as tired for a minute. And then all of the sudden I got like crazy nauseous. My head like started pounding. And it wasn't not until we did the ajna, that back, head, and spine.
Mm.
And it felt like maybe something got flushed out because the nausea's gone, head's not pounding anymore. That was pretty intense. I'll just say that, but probably in a good way.
Mhm.
During the process, someone shared these oils are so powerful on the Ming Ming. It
Mhm.
feels like my chest and ribs are trying to break out of a corset.
Mm. Yeah, when you go from the body awareness down to the Ming Men, it's pretty potent. I mean, just that little step is almost a therapeutic process just by itself.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Greg. I may have missed something. You
Mhm.
said this was the other side of the coin from
Mhm.
one. Could you give just a brief?
So this is the part about the dysregulation. Like the first thing we did was vagal tone, which is bringing the body into a deeper state of rest and repair, and you're processing the emotion, and you're also like releasing or completing a loop, and then restoring the nervous system. Here you're addressing the tendency of like the hypervigilance, the hyper reactiveness of that part of the nervous system, and the tendency to overly, send out the message or to generate the defensive response or protective response. So just because you go through and unwind unwind one side doesn't mean the other side necessarily falls into place. And so even though vagal tone might improve, we still have that potential of the dysregulation in the other side of the nervous system. And so for us to be able to bring the nervous system to balance, it's kind of like we regulate each side and improve each side, and then they start interacting with each other to a much better degree. And so it's you're bringing the body to a deeper level of balance by treating each side of that particular part of the nervous system as far as it comes to the generating emotion is concerned.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I feel good. I
Good.
feel good. Thank you.
Good.
I have a hard time focusing, so I am envious of the people with good results.
I am not sure what that focusing on the body awareness or what part are you talking about?
I'll let them type in and somebody else shared or asked, what does the base of skull provide?
So the base of skull does a couple of things. Part of it is it increases or improves the body listening. That area also is tied to the brainstem and the midbrain, which is what kind of oversees the whole autonomic nervous system. So it's directly tied to the processes, the areas that we're targeting. And then it's also has a little bit of an impact on thing that you would call the reflex arc. And it's like how we feel, and then, it gets processed, and then we process it psychologically, and then there's an outward expression in another part of the nervous system. And so that area hits all of that. And so there's a lot happening in that little spot at the base of your skull. And it just kind of helps put everything in a little bit of a better place of function when you go through and you treat that particular area.
And then the other person answered, they go, yes, focusing awareness on each area is hard for me today.
Each area, like when you're doing the body awareness, or I guess I'm not understanding what they're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, the body awareness, it is something that it takes some practice, especially if we're a little bit more left brain, or see things from an intellectual point of view. You're having to develop a different area of, you know, cognition. And, even when we look at the difficulties that we have in life, I'm not saying that this is tied to a difficulty, but still, you're trying to develop something. And it's not about treating a symptom, it's about putting the body into a better functional place. And even when we're dealing with difficulties out in the outer world, it's not so much about what's happening, it's about how we think about it. Like I think Laura was saying about, how when going through these processes through the last couple of years and everything, she has different kinds of interactions. And I really liked what she said about in relationships that might be difficult. She's kind of reinvented some of the relationships, and that's not so much about what they said and what I said, and there was some sort of, I gave some information and it changed their mind. It's a dynamic. It's like how we think, how we behave, how we interact, regardless of the pieces of information. And so a lot of times when we think from a very symptom oriented point of view, we think about like there's this going on and I want to make it go away, right? But really, it's more about how we think, and that idea of being able to focus on an area and then stay focused on it to the point where then the awareness starts to come in, going from focus to awareness. You're developing the more intuitive mind, and you're shifting out of the dysregulation of the nervous system, and you're starting to open up vagal tone. So if you're having difficulty with that, it's because you're probably addressing or engaging some area of dysregulation, which makes you start to have like a kind of reaction, like reaction in the emotions, reaction in the mind. And that is actually kind of the whole purpose of this process, is to make the nervous system, make your physiology less reactive so that it can make the shift. Because part of what is causing the disease or the degeneration in any of our bodies is that inability to make that shift, that we stay in that dysregulated state and we stay in that repetitive loop and we can't break out of it. And so even though it might be a little bit frustrating, and I wouldn't look at it as like some people are getting results or not. It's like, our body can be fine, and then, we have a bad week or something, something happens and we go into a dysregulated state. It could be years and years and years of that. And so part of what you're unwinding sometimes is the years of that. But the more that you get it kind of online, that even when we have that bad week, we snap out of it much faster. So um, it's always difficult for us, especially in the beginning, but it still can flare up to where it's like, it's just so hard, right? But the idea is if you sit with it for a little bit, eventually it will shift. The difficulty comes in when we're stuck in that dysregulation. Our body doesn't shift, our emotions don't shift, our mind doesn't shift, and then we stay in a repetitive loop.
And then somebody asked, can you please explain back head chakra versus the base of the skull chakra?
What would you like to know?
And while they respond, the other person you just answered said thank you.
What would you like to know?
And you can always unmute yourself or type in. They said just curious.
It'd be better if you gave me some specifics because I could spend 2 days talking about it. So if you have something you're specifically curious about,
And then go ahead, Denise.
Good
hey,
morning.
hey,
Hi. So we really want these two sides of ourselves almost kind of communicating in a way.
yeah, you
Right?
want them to play well with each other. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? Like,
have a conversation,
yeah,
kind of
because
an
it's
updated conversation.
yeah, it's like two people who have very different points of view and getting them to get along, you know? Yeah. And if you look, like the whole day is vagal tone and then dysregulation, vagal tone, dysregulation, vagal tone. So you're just going through and you're helping to like balance that out in different ways, different areas. I mean, even if you look at the idea of like when we go through and do like etheric chords, for example, part of it, we think of it as the connection between the person, and we think of it as an energetic cord going between us and the other person, which is all true. But if we let go of that idea and concept and we look at it from the point of view of um, the cord or the nervous system, what we see as that cord is the dysregulation in the nervous system causes that reaction where we get defensive or protective and we don't feel safe, so we send out a cord or a connection to try to establish some sort of safety or keep them away or whatever. And our ability to go into vagal tone is what releases that cord or that connection and allows that thing not to impact us or influence anymore. So the idea of the vagal tone and dysregulation, you could almost use that as like a decoder ring for almost any situation, be it that we're talking about something energetic or some sort of health issue. A lot of times chronic health issues are just a very big imbalance in these two pieces. And from the point of view of the mind, we go through and we go, well, we need to treat this symptom. This is inflamed. This is not functioning well. Whatever things are going on. But if we look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, how did all those things get there? And a lot of it is the dysregulation in the nervous system on the fight flight side, where it makes it stuck in loops and hyper reactive, defensive, basically stressed, like the body gets stressed. And that's not an emotional stress or a mental stress, it's a mechanical stress. Like the body gets mechanically stressed. And then the poor vagal tone is we can't break out of that stress or we can't process that stress. We stay in a stress state, and so we don't rest, we don't repair. So things start to shut down and problems become more exaggerated.
Well, after doing your classes for the last couple of weekends, I'd say, I noticed this week I really had not been aware of how much I'll take a feeling and almost develop a story around it. And it's not, I had never been aware of how off base somewhat and how probably it was a story from a different time period. So it's not really
Oh
even,
yeah,
do you
totally.
know?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Yeah. And it might be
Y-
that we're doing this processing that's really bringing
Yeah,
all this up.
yeah. Because, like I said, I mean, you kind of tied it into what we were talking about at the beginning, where, any thought, like anything we think, really starts off more with how we feel. And then, there's some signaling and some processing, and then eventually comes up to the mind. The mind goes, well, this is what that means, and then eventually we take some sort of action, or there's some sort of expression, right? And so over a period of time, that can turn into, like you said, your story or an opinion or like a memory. And the more that we balance out the nervous system, it's like it takes all the juice of the story away, or it takes all the juice of whatever that perception was, or that memory, or whatever it is. And as much as we try to address it from the point of view of the memory or the past event, or like the story, or um, it can get somewhat resolved that way, but it gets resolved in the mind. It doesn't necessarily get resolved in the body. It's like what got us there to that trauma, or that story, or that opinion, like, oh, I'm never gonna be successful, or nobody's ever gonna like me, or whatever it is. All of that is based in the physiology. And so even if we get to that place in the mind where the story kind of shifts and changes, the kind of the core of it is still in the physiology. And this is like how I was talking about at the beginning, where it starts to be about like how the body perceives, and how like that dysregulated perception starts to be like, I only see when I don't fit in, or I only see that I'm not successful, or whatever it might
Yeah.
be. And we don't see that there's other potentials, and it's because we're in that dysregulated state. And it's usually the core of it is in your physiology. It's in, your instincts, and the reactions in your body, and we get stuck in these loops. And we have the awareness of some of the loops as we go through, and we unwind them. We go, that story felt better, and that old memory feels better, and the trauma from this situation feels better. But we have such deep loops sometimes. We have such deep, profound loops that have been running for a long period of time, and they're really tied more to the state of the body. And the more we keep unwinding them, the more we kind of keep hoping to let them go, and process through them, and it helps us to get more to the root cause of why it's happening, which usually is not it's usually not the things that the mind thinks it is. It's usually more like really root, primal, really kind of simplified things that the body perceives. Like, I don't feel safe. So if you don't feel safe in a particular situation, then anytime you have a situation where it looks even a little bit similar, your body goes, I don't feel safe here. I don't feel safe. Hello, I don't feel safe. When there might not be anything wrong in the situation,
Mm.
but the body goes, remember that thing 30 years ago? You're not hearing me. Here it is again. It's coming up again. This feels just like it. You're interacting with a person, a human body. You're interacting, and that person had the same color hair, or whatever it might be. And there we go again.
And I did find that in several. It was quite committed to the story. Okay. And made me really rather miserable. Okay.
Right.
So I'm glad I'm here at class today.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I can't tell you how many times, like, and knowing this for all these years and doing therapy with people for all these years, where I still catch myself like, this is just what happens. And then, Samantha and I will be talking about some situation or whatever, and I'll go, well, this is just what always happens. And she'll go, but why? And then I'll go, well, and then I start thinking about it, and I'm like, maybe because I always think that's what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm not coming at it fresh. And I just go like every year, these are the things that happen at certain times of the year or whatever, like a holiday, we have these like weird little like dysregulation holiday things that like this is just uh, and when I sit and I think about it and I go, okay, I'm having a conditioned response here. And I sit and I kind
Mm.
of do the things that we talk about all the time. All of a sudden we break out of that pattern and then it's different. And I was like, yeah, was it that's the way it always was, or that's just the way I made it?
Mm.
And I catch myself doing things like that's the way that I've made it over the years. I had a bad experience or two, or sometimes it's not even a bad experience. It's just, maybe it was just an odd experience or you know, and you get locked into that way of thinking about it. And, you come up with some reason of it's happening because of this or it's happening because of that. And then before you know it, that's the way that I make it every time. It's almost like we set up these like templates based on our past experiences. And it's why we try to cultivate intuition and clairvoyance and different perceptions is so that we can break out of those old templates of the way things used to be so that we can be a little more free range and not stuck in that old cage of this is what we do.
I like that free range.
Yeah. Oh, me too. I mean, I can remember there were times where I was stuck in so much repetition that I was like, I'm ready for it to end. I'm just ready. I don't even care if it's a lateral move. I don't care that it's just the same and it looks different. I'm so sick of this pattern. I need something to be different. And, you know, without going through and processing things the way that we do, what happens is we just start blowing, or at least I should say, what I used to do is I'd just start blowing things up. You know,
Mm.
I'd burn it to the ground. I'd make really weird, impulsive decisions that were not stable. They weren't going to produce stability. They weren't going to produce um, progress. They weren't going to produce something that was going to make life better. It was just because I had to break out of the pattern. So I would just blow things up, you know,
Yeah.
I still every once in a while kind of catch myself going there a little bit. It doesn't happen often, but in my youth it happened a lot. But I still catch myself doing it sometimes. But when I catch myself do it, then I go, okay, so I'm wanting to break out of something, and then I just follow the steps that we talk about. You know, do some body listening. Here we're doing the materialization breath. We might do three brains. We might do, some of the other things that we do. And now we have the working with angels, which is kind of a game changer, because the idea of angels is, at first you're bringing in light, but then the light kind of hits our physiology in the form, and some of what we call like being like our primal drives it's, you know, it's tied to genetics and it's tied to the way our body is wired, and the light can literally reorganize and rewire some of that in ways that our mind couldn't even touch, couldn't even beyond, you know, comprehend. And, you know, if you think about like working with the angels, there's something dynamic there that you're like, I gotta just feel better, and I things improve, and I feel uplifted, or I heal faster, or whatever it might be, but you can't really explain why. And some of it is the energy that's coming in, but some of it is because it's reorganizing like the body or the form. You know, the form can also be like the momentum that's associated with the genetics.
Well, thank you for cutting the trail for us, even if
Oh,
it
my
began a
pleasure.
long time ago, because
Yeah.
that's going to help us move forward for sure. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And the person with the back head base of skull said, I felt an opening when I was meditating in the back head chakra, but we were focusing on the base of the skull. I don't have any other contacts.
Oh, so like with that, you're processing instinctive responses, you're processing some emotion, and you're most likely unwinding some of the dysregulation that is happening in some of the physiology. And if you think about like the chakras get smaller when there's dysregulation, and when they increase in vagal tone, they increase in size, right? And so a lot of times, you know, when we do things where we're trying to tap into intuition or we're trying to tap into clairvoyance, we do like the forehead and the back head at the same time. And the idea being that for one, you're tapping in intuition here, and this is the same center that also is bringing light into the body. And so as you go through and you look at things and you're putting your awareness on something, part of what's happening is you're also directing the light to that area. And the reason why we do the forehead and the back head at the same time is it's processing the instinct and the emotion that might be associated with, you know, whatever you're looking at, or the part of the physiology that you're addressing. And you're also helping to like process the reorganizing of the form of the state of the body by putting your awareness on that area, especially when you're stimulated in the forehead. They work really well together. The ajna and the back head work well together too, but they do slightly different things. But you know, the ajna is more about the containment of light, you know, the directing of light, and like holding it in an area, where this is bringing the light in and then you're processing it with the back end. Yeah. Good for you.
Thank you. And those were the shares and questions for now.
Okay, so how about we do this? We'll take a break and we're come back and we'll do a little quick bit and then we'll break for lunch. So we'll come back in about 15 minutes. We'll come back out a quarter after. We'll do a little tiny bit and then we'll break for lunch. Hey everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Now, you're going to take the oil that you use from segment 1, and you're going to take the oil that you use from segment 2, and we're going to do some two-fisted work, which means
I don't think that was clear for everyone. I think they need another demonstration. So I'm reposting those segment 1, segment 2 oils for you guys. So you can have one in each hand.
Okay. So what we're going to do is first off, you're just going to start with doing one and the other. So I'd say the oil from segment one, put in your left hand. The oil from segment two, put in your right hand. Let's start with your left hand. Just not putting your attention and awareness anywhere. This is a thing that you can do just at the end of the day for like a quick, you're trying to do a little bit of work, but maybe you only have 5 or 10 minutes. Or for me, the one that happens a lot is I don't have the juice in my legs to do a whole process. So I end up going like that. Right. So you're inhaling the oil in your left hand. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now switch to the other hand. Switching to the other hand. And then switch back to the first one. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Which hand are you on? The left?
I missed going to the right.
What's everybody else? Okay, so let that go for a moment. Now, here we're going through like a whole process, but the cardiovascular system, a lot of that has to do with the heart, right? So there's the front heart chakra, the back heart chakra. If we look at it from the point of view of the physiology, like this chest area and the backside of the chest area. So we're going to do the 1 2 1 2, but on the front and then the back, right? So your awareness is on your chest. Start with your left hand. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on the chest. Switch to the other hand. Okay, now you're letting it go. So by putting your awareness on the chest, you're working that area, right? But you're really working the energy body. You're working the chakra. And the more that we're dysregulated, the smaller the chakra becomes. The more that we have good vagal tone, the bigger the chakra becomes. The bigger the chakra and the more vagal tone, the more that the chakra spins back and forth. So it absorbs healthy healing energy, life force, and it expels off the old used up energy. Just like your lungs. When your lungs are clear, you can take a nice long deep breath and you can expel that off. But like when you're sick and you have a lot of mucus, the breath is shallow and you can't really expel very much. Right? So the more that we're in vagal tone when we do a process like this, the more effective it becomes because the chakra is functioning better. It's bigger in size Basically, if you think about it like this, it has a bigger mouth. It can open and eat um, uh, more life force that it can distribute to that area, right? And then it can kick out old diseased energy to a much higher degree. So whenever we go to an area and we're doing the vagal tone back and forth, one of the things that increases vagal tone is to do the body listening. So we experienced it without the chakra, then we did it with the chakra. Now we're going to do a little bit of body listening and then go back to the chakra, and we're going to see which one kind of feels the best, right? So right now, before you're even inhaling, your eyes are closed and just observe your body. You're observing your body. Where do you notice something? If you really don't notice anything, then go to the spine. You're still observing. Now, let that go. Again, your awareness is on the center of your chest. With your left hand, the oil in your left hand, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the center of your chest. Now switch to the right hand. Awareness is still in the center of your chest. And then just let it go. Let everything go. Okay, you're doing body awareness again, body listening. You're not using an oil, you're just observing the body. Check in with your shoulders. How do they feel? Is there tension, tightness? What about your back? You're observing your body. You're just letting everything go. Now, your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. You're inhaling with your using the left hand, the vagal tone, the one from segment one. Switch to the other hand, the right hand. Go back to the left hand. Your awareness is still between the shoulder blades. And then back to the right hand. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Relaxing, yeah. For you, relaxing. So, okay, let's go ahead and do some shares and questions if you have some. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
I just noticed every time off my left hand, which was Palo Santo, it was harder for me to pull off that side always. Like it was like a lot thicker than the right side. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
eventually they might smooth out in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're doing something a little bit different where instead of like, following the whole process and everything, now we're just kind of doing a quick thing that you could do on a daily basis. Or just whenever you want to do a little tune up or something where you're just going to the chakra. And so, it is going to feel a little bit different because you're doing it through the chakra rather than directly to the physiology or doing a whole process. And so it does take a little bit for the chakra to kick some of the stuff off. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared a lot of energy got stirred with the dysregulation blend.
Yeah.
Several sore spots woke up. Yeah, go ahead, Lara.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Would switching up oils make a big difference, or do you kind of consistently pick one and just stick with
No,
it
I,
for
I
each
like to
one?
rotate them. Like I mean, because you go through and you do a little bit of a therapeutic process, and for myself, like if it's really like I really feel like something's happening, or I feel some shift, or I feel like it makes me sleepy, or all of a sudden I feel amazing, I'll keep working it until that kind of stops happening, and then I'll rotate to something different. Because they all have their kind of qualities and personality, and I like to come at it from a lot of different angles. So I really like rotating, like the rotational approach where you try different things for a particular aspect that you're working. And so yeah,
Perfect. Thank you.
you're so welcome. Yeah. Okay, how about we'll break for lunch and we'll come back. Let's see, it's one, so 2:30. And then when we come back, we'll do segment 3, which is starting with the heart rate. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we are on segment 3. And now we're going to start dealing with the heart rate. When there's a lot of dysregulation, the heart rate becomes very elevated. We want to be able to be able to exert ourselves, but then have our heart be able to recover. And so as we get older, the tendency is to have a bit more dysregulation in this area. And so we're going to go through and treat that. So you have tarragon, melissa, angelica, cypriol, osmanthus, benzoin, or you have the blend heart rate vagal tone, which is in the optional kit. So decide which oil you're going to use. And we're going to start by working the front solar plexus. So that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. You're on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that front solar plexus area. Now, you have your awareness on the front solar plexus. Just move it a little bit deeper into the internal organs. So from below the ribs all the way down the navel, your awareness is on the internal organs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. You're just letting it incubate a little bit. Okay, so now we're going to the back solar plexus. So this is the middle of the back, below the shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're letting go of the back solar plexus and you're trying to go to the diaphragm. So it's basically the bottom of the ribs. If you kind of feel that area that just goes side to side, if it's too hard for you to feel, I mean, I would try to feel it if you can, but if not, you could just stay on the back solar plexus. It's just the very bottom of the ribs. And then let that go. So you've done the front solar plexus, you've done the back solar plexus. Now we're going to go to the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You doing okay? Your awareness is on the lungs. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still for a moment. Just pause and be still. Now, we're going to do the tops of the shoulders. So if you look at me here, where the neck and the shoulder kind of come together, like there's this spot right here. It's not quite the neck. It's a little bit more the shoulder. If you poke around, you'll notice you'll be going, ah. It's the point. You know, it feels a little tender. It feels a little harder than some of the surrounded areas. It's an area where there's a trigger point. And in certain modalities, they'll refer to this as the suprascapular point. Just means upper shoulder point, you know. And so we want to put our attention there. You know, if you want to rub a little bit of the oil you're using on that area as well, we're calming down vagal tone, but specific to the heart rate. So even though that doesn't have anything to do with the heart rate directly, it impacts vagal tone, which will impact heart rate. So your awareness is on the tops of the shoulders in this area, like right in here. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the tops of the shoulders. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so now you're going to move up to the sides of the neck, like just in this area right here. Both sides. Your awareness is still on the sides of your neck. You're still on the sides of the neck. Now go up to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ear on each side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your jaws where they hinge, the jaw minors. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, the sides of your head, the muscles on the side of your head. These muscles on the side of your head directly impact the jaws. Okay, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now, go to the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Hmm. And then move your awareness to the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. It wasn't glamorous at all. And then pause and be still. So here we're targeting the vagal tone for the heart rate. And really what you're doing is you're kind of targeting vagal tone itself, because like as you improve vagal tone, it's going to improve function in the respiratory tract. It's going to improve function in the cardiovascular tract, our cardiovascular system, and also in the digestive system. And so you can kind of see we hit a little bit of all of that. And if you look at the idea of heart rate, part of what happens is, you might exert yourself a little bit, and if you're having issues here, the heart rate will go up higher than it's supposed to, and it won't return to like their normal rate, because of dysregulation and just poor vagal tone. Could be other issues as well, but still, that's always a foundation for something. So really what we're talking about is recovery. You go out and you exercise, and how well you're able to perform depends on your ability to recover, right? And so here we're going through and we're treating the heart rate. It has to do with recovery. Sometimes it might not be physical exercise, it might be stress, or it might be, strong emotions, or something that was upsetting, something. And, um, I've known a few people who got really upset about something. I knew these two people got into a really bad argument one time on the phone, and one of them had a heart attack, and, uh, because the subject matter was so upsetting to them, right? So we're not just looking at like our normal heart function. We're looking at what happens in the extreme, what happens if we get upset, what happens if we get super stressed out, what happens if we push ourselves physically and maybe exercise a little too much, or have to do something. We might have to run and get away from something, and our heart rate goes up a whole bunch, or we are running to catch a plane or something like that. So it's not always just us sitting around and the heart spikes, right? So this is your potential for recovery. We're going to go through and cycle through it again. Part of this is a therapy session on top of, just being a class. We're deepening vagal tone by going through and doing this. Even though we're focused on heart rate, it still impacts other areas. So we're going to do another round. You're still using the same oil unless you want to rotate it, but we're on segment 3. You're using oils for vagal tone for heart rate. And again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the solar plexus. Okay, from that front solar plexus area, go deeper into the internal organs from the bottom of the ribs all the way down to the navel. You're focused on the internal organs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move to the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your ribs, or excuse me, below your shoulder blades. Now, if you can, move your awareness to the diaphragm, and if not, If that's too hard, stay on the back solar plexus. Move to the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. And then just pause and let it go. Okay, so you have the tops of your shoulders, that suprascapular point. Your awareness is on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sides of your neck, each side of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck. The jaws where they hinge in front of each ear. The sides of your head, each side of your head. Then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're just letting go. Hey, let's see how you did. Can you unmute yourself, type in any shares or questions? Like we're good, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're all doing this face.
Yeah. Yeah. Samantha looks like she is ready for bed. So, okay, well, let's go ahead and take a break and we'll come back and do the dysregulation associated with heart rate. So we'll come back at straight up on the hour. So see you in 15. Okay, everybody, we're coming back. We're going to do segment 4. So single oils, Douglas fir, valerian, kava kava annulla, marjoram, and lang lang. Or you can use the blend heart rate dysregulation, which is in the optional kit. I think you said there was a question.
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wait to the next one, but yeah.
I think somebody had a question or two.
Yeah, so can you use this segment? So I think they're referring to the last segment. If your heart rate runs low.
Yeah, you should still be fine. The issue is you're trying to restore proper function. It's not that it's like a sedation. And so it shouldn't have a negative effect.
Thank you.
Yeah. Was that it? Okay, so you've chosen your oil and the pattern's the same because we're just now doing the other side of the coin. We're treating the dysregulation. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar, below the ribs, on the upper abdomen. You're on the front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, slide a little bit deeper, going beyond the solar plexus into the internal organs, from the bottom of your ribs all the way down to your navel. That whole area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the internal organs, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let it go. Just let it go for a moment. Now, your back solar plexus, that mid back area below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the diaphragm. You can do the diaphragm, do the back solar plexus, where you were just at. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. And then pause and let that go. Just be still and let that incubate for a moment. Okay, we're doing the tops of the shoulders. So the spot on each side. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the sides of the neck, each side of the neck. And then the jaws, where they hinge on both sides. Your awareness is on the jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sides of the head. each side of the head. Your awareness is on each side of the head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Okay, your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Pause and be still. You're just being still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Hey, let's do another round. You're on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're in your front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now go a little bit deeper than the solar plexus, go into the internal organs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're on that back solar plexus area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the diaphragm. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. You're going to the tops of the shoulders on each side, tops of the shoulders. The sides of your neck, each side of your neck. The jaws where they hinge. Each jaw. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Just let it incubate. You're just being still. You're just being still. Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. We'll do Q&A after, and then we're gonna still do a little bit of a process and talk about some things there at the end. So we'll come back at 5 after. Hey, everybody, let's come on back and let's see if you have some shares or questions. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Oh, you know what? Let me make it so you can unmute yourself. Sorry about that. There you go.
Thank you. Um, so that was interesting. I just felt like a lot of old memories coming up.
Yeah, that's
And
very possible. You
yeah,
know, like part of the thing that I would say is, we have the potential of generating lower emotion or homeostatic emotion, whatever you want to call it, in any of the areas, but especially like the respiratory system and the cardiovascular system. Like
Mhm.
it has a bigger impact on our emotions, and that would be the thing where we're tied to those old events, or if there's still something like trapped or locked in the body, even if it's not necessarily in the cardiac muscle, or when you go through and unwind that, there is a big potential for things still clearing out.
okay.
Because even like when you look at it like like I do sessions with energy, like as you know, like
Hmm.
and it's easier to clear the emotions out with oils for the cardiovascular system than it is with energy. And most areas, that's not the case. Usually it's like
Okay.
kind of an even, or
Hmm.
sometimes even, the oils will work just a little bit better. But as far as the cardiovascular system, I would say the oils are substantially better because of how much the oils will shift the vagal tone and the nervous system, like in that area.
Okay.
It's hard to do otherwise. And so,
Okay. Well, that's cool. I was
yeah.
trying, I'm like, don't hold on to it. I had tears and I just got like
Oh yeah. Well, if you think
lashes.
about like sadness, grief, all those kinds of things, that would be all stuff that's could be locked up in the
Yeah.
cardiovascular system. Like that's if things are getting released, that's not surprising, you know.
Yeah. Um, and then just when you said diaphragm, were you thinking front diaphragm or back diaphragm or the whole diaphragm?
You're trying to get the whole diaphragm, but it's kind of you really have to be practicing like that body awareness. So it's
Hmm.
it's it's a thing in process. Like do the
Sure.
best that you can, but the more that you do it, you start being able to tune into more. But at first, you're just really kind of tapping into like bits and pieces of it. But
Sure.
it's a good thing to practice because the diaphragm has such a big impact on the physiology. It's one of those things where you can kind of look at the diaphragm or say the jaws or something, and you can get a good
Hmm.
idea of like what's going on with the body, at least neurologically.
Sure.
If there's vagal tone or dysregulation. I mean, the tighter the diaphragm, the higher it goes up, the more dysregulation you're in, the more you lower the diaphragm, you know, vagal tone improves almost immediately.
Cool.
Not completely across the board, but a significant piece. So, that idea of relaxing the diaphragm and opening up the chest and the lungs and all that. I mean, it's bread and butter as far as, you know, this kind of work is concerned,
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yeah. How do you feel overall?
I was just checking in. My upper trapeze was really tight.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Like the one up here or a little bit farther back?
yeah, it's a little bit further back. It's on
Mhm.
the right side. Um, it was both right and left shifted this morning, and there's a little bit left on the right. So I was just testing it out, and I'm like, all right, it's almost completely released, and at least I can turn my head without there being any
Oh,
pain
that's
there
good.
anymore.
Still put some like vetiver or something relaxing up at the base of the skull and hit these points. And even
Okay.
though it's not exactly on that area, it still kind of opens up that fascia so that it's almost like it gives the like space for that muscle to relax. Because
Okay.
sometimes the fascia is wrapped around it, and as much as you keep trying to release it, the fascia is not letting go.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, my suspicion is it's stuck emotions in the fascia.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, sure.
Um, but yeah, I will go get better, have it right. Bye.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks a lot, Greg.
You saw it.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, hey, how are you?
I'm good. I have a couple of questions, but yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I had a pretty intense experience most of the night with the heart chakra. So this has been
In the night or during the session today?
no, last most all night was pretty intense around 1 or 2 this morning. It just went like really intense energy. And I don't,
Did it feel more emotional or did it feel like the heart itself there was something going on?
it didn't feel like the physical heart, and I wasn't aware of emotions until it didn't settle down for a while. I feel much calmer now. Um, So it was just curious.
How sensitive are you to things going on in the world?
Well, I'm wondering if maybe I'm unconsciously more and more sensitive.
Yeah,
Because someone told me to check the news this morning and I had no idea what had happened
yeah,
overnight.
yeah.
So it might have been that. But I also worked a particular practice last night as I was going to bed, and I had attributed to that.
That's where I would go. I'm I know that one myself.
Which one?
That I just work a practice and then go to bed and then go wake up in the morning. Why don't I feel good? Like I'll do some of my like
Okay.
deeper mystical tool practices and then, you know, because I
Yeah.
didn't get to do it all week, I try to do 4 or 5 nights in one night and then, go to
Yeah,
bed and then I wake up and
I kind of pulled together lots of things I've been focused on and kind of went for it last night. So that,
yeah,
and
yeah, it's probably that. Yeah.
since you mentioned mystical practices,
Mhm.
um, we use the sword with the solar plexus, and I was wondering this morning about the sword and the heart chakra. But is that
Yeah, no, any of the chakras would work.
and
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, any of the chakras. The reason, because again, you're putting the sword up like that and like that, but then you're focusing on the different centers. The idea of doing the solar plexus is just to kind of regulate things and to release things, but really you could do it on any of the centers. The big piece, which is actually tied to what we're talking about, is the base of the skull. You remember at the end of the practice, we did the base of the skull while we did the practice, and that not so much about the chakras, but that is a very strong, deep practice. It's very simple, but there's a lot to unpack there.
And
Yeah.
so if you've applied a rollerball to that area before you
Mhm.
go to bed, it's going to enhance probably whatever you've been doing.
Yeah, like if you think about like all the like angel packs and
Yeah. So
even like we've
I think
had
it
the
was
pain pack
Metatron that
and
went
we're
on.
going to do a chronic pain pack on Monday, and you know that there's so much that can be done from the base of the skull, because it impacts the whole autonomic nervous system, which is fight, flight, and rest and repair. And it's how mm, the area that keeps like more of a connection to the soul. So you're keeping soul energy and life force in the body. And it's how energy moves up from the heart to the crown and just all the aspects of the midbrain and its impact there, but also when you work that area, there's a kind of like space that opens up in the head. You know how like we were spending time visualizing the ball around the whole body and then the ball around the head, neck, and shoulders.
Mhm.
That working that base of the skull really enhances that head, neck, and shoulder ball. Like that connection there, which is really symbolizing and stimulating the connection between the heart and the brain, or the heart and the crown. Um, but it's also um, helping to like attune to light. And like when I say things like that, even when they come out of my mouth, I was like, "Pfft, what does that mean?" You know what I mean? But if you think about like here we're working this whole thing with like vagal tone and then dysregulation, right? The the idea of attuning to light is so much of our like consciousness or awareness is driven for survival operations, you could say. There's it's just so focused on survival, 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 survival. And so really what happens is, we talk about the dysregulation or we talk about intellect is, we're really a lot more engaged there than we are in intuition and the body healing and stuff. And, when we go through and we refine ourselves and our practices, those things start to enhance. But the thing, even with like a lot of the mystical tool practices and the materialization breath, is you're just kind of gently always moving like your attention and awareness. And you could almost say like a kind of identification, you know, with you're shifting it from survival and you're moving it over to more of light or the progress that happens with the greater connection to the intuitive mind. And it sounds, I don't know, like it sounds like, oh, that would be nice, or like, why are we doing this? But we don't realize how much, if the intellectual mind is repetitive and the sympathetic nervous system, which is associated with fight flight, is about survival, so it's very repetitive. It's like attached and very, like, that repetition is very ingrained. And so a lot of times we engage these patterns and we don't really think about it. We just, it's part of like how our nervous system is wired, and it's gone down these pathways for so long. And so really when you're talking about like attuning to the light, really what you're talking about is you're talking about refining the senses, refining the nervous system, and you're re-educating or regenerating the nervous system to move away from those lower drives just little by little, and you keep aligning more with the intuition and with light and with the soul. And it's a lot of little movements. And it's just like every time we do the materialization breath or every time we do those mystic tools, it's like instead of being all the way over here, it's like we come a little bit less and we come a little bit less and we come a little bit less. And that is what you're calling like attuning to the light is, you keep almost having to go like when you're in the middle of survival mode. Oh yeah, there's light. Oh yeah, there's intuition. Oh yeah, there's healing, and it keeps shifting us little by little out of that like safety, like the drive for safety, and I got to protect myself, and these things have happened, and some of it's not even things that have happened to us. It's sometimes it's the environment and the collective or the collective of our family, and some of it is actually even in our genetics. And so we're just driven to survive, have those survival drives a little bit stronger in some people. And so that idea of attuning to the light, at first it sounds like this little light thing, or it's like, oh, that would be nice, but it really is almost, it's not the whole thing, but it is like, regardless of a spiritual practice, that is a piece of that practice. It might look different ways in different traditions, but it's that like always kind of aligning to the light, and little by little, like that, those little movements. And yeah, I don't know. I could keep going on and on about it, but
Thank you for that. And the
yeah.
reason I asked about the sword and the heart chakra is because I know in pH there are things you don't do for the heart chakra, but so I just want to make sure the
Yeah.
sword was
With,
okay.
well, with pH, you don't, the reason why you don't energize the front heart directly is because you clean first and it just goes in too fast. And so like there, when you're doing the sword on the heart, you're almost doing it for, like from the inside out. Like if you think about like the removal of dirty energy, and then you're energizing, which is you're putting in a life force or you're manually kind of making the body go into a deeper vagal tone. The the removal of dirty energy, the dirty energy is that dysregulation in the nervous system. Like when you're sweeping something, you're removing dysregulation. And so when you go through and we're doing the oils like this, regardless of the pattern, and here we're working vagal tone and or diminishing dysregulation, or like when you're working with the mystical tools, it's like you're doing it from the inside out. You're not necessarily removing the energy, but you're changing how the body like generates that negative energy. And you're also changing that it can absorb or it actually even can convert something negative into something positive. Because really it just starts to be like how the nervous system is firing. And so if you can move it from dysregulation to vagal tone, something that was negative actually then becomes like positive. Like it becomes life force, it becomes light, it becomes something. And so really what we're doing is a form of transmutation. I mean, it's the idea of alchemy is, you're changing the form and how we're changing the form and like with the oils or the mystical tools or certain kinds of meditations and things is you're improving the vagal tone and you're diminishing dysregulation, and in doing so the form starts to change. It at first we're just letting light in or we're tuning the light, but then we start to like contain the light, like we start to be able to hold the light in the body or in the form. The form could also be the mind, and in doing so things begin to reorganize. It's that idea of grounding the energy. It's taking that energy and or that light and you're containing it or holding it in the body, and when you do that it starts to clean everything up. It starts to make things work better, but it starts to clean everything up, and that is the very idea of alchemy.
Thank you. And now for the two questions I have about this practice.
Mhm.
Um, if somewhere along the line in one of the later segments, we feel called to do the body awareness and then the Mingmen piece,
Oh yeah, sure. You could do that at any time.
would I do it with the oil of the segment or go back and do it with the
You
first
could do it
oils
with
we used?
any of the oils.
Any
Yeah.
of the oils?
Yeah,
Okay.
any of the oils. Because again, it's like a different way of doing like vagal tone work. Like anytime you do body awareness, even without oils, anytime you do body awareness, you're shifting the nervous system from dysregulation, you're calming that down, and vagal tone starting to increase. So if you look at the size of the chakras, you can almost like see when they're doing body awareness because and they're listening to the body because the chakras just start like getting bigger, like the whole energy field starts to increase, and that's before you even do any of the oils. That's just with doing that practice. And so it also does that for the mind. You shift out of the intellect, and it's not that the intellect shuts down, but you're starting to engage more of the intuitive mind. And so just the act of doing that starts to be healing. You're starting to connect much stronger to the soul. You're starting to increase life force. Anytime the chakras get bigger, that is increased soul contact, that is increased life force, right? So all of that is improving. And then when you throw the oils in, the oils, there's the energetic component. It's how it shifts the nervous system. It's how it shifts the brain. It puts you into a better, not just vagal state, but in different aspects of the nervous system. I mean, it just puts you in a good place. And so if you think about like in ancient times, regardless of the tradition, they're always burning incense in the temples and they're doing all those things. And part of it is because of what it does to your nervous system. And, you
Yeah.
could explain it a lot of different ways. You could explain it from the point of view of energy or this or that. But, if you break down the mechanics, it's really all neurological. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last thing is when we focus on the um, from the solar plexus down to the navel, I'm curious why we don't go all the way to the pelvis, all the organs there.
For
Um,
which one were we doing?
the very first step, we start with the front solar plexus and then focus on the internal organs, but you say to the navel, and I'm just curious why we don't focus on the organs all the way to the pelvis.
Oh, I see, I see. Um, you could. We're looking at a little bit more of just trying to keep it contained. Some of it is that trying to keep people to stay like focused on what it is, because like as you get down below the navel, it starts to be like, is this the hip or is this or that? It just starts to be easy to go this marker to this marker. Like so there's no big like mystical or whatever. If you go lower, that's fine. But
Okay,
it's just like a way of kind of containing your attention and awareness to stay focused on a particular area.
got it. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Someone's wondering, does terebinth release fascia?
Yeah, terebinth is actually quite good for it releases fascia somewhat, and it's very good for also for there's a thing like if we're looking at it from the point of view of light, where fascia also integrates light and soul energy, and so terebinth is actually also good for helping to the fascia and connective tissue to like physicalize or integrate. Because like if you look at the idea of working with angels is, we invoke the angels, we do whatever practice we do with the angels, and energy comes in and it feels amazing. And for a while we're like, oh, that felt so good. But then after a while, if you're anything like me, I was like, but how do I make it last longer? How do I anchor it in the body further? Like, and so there's these steps of like grounding the energy, like holding on to the energy, concretizing the energy into the body. And one of them is fascial integration. And so terebinth would also be good for that. Yeah. Terebinth also, I don't know that I've talked about it like this, but terebinth and let me think about this for a second. Terebinth is distilled from the wood, right? And then there is it's a type of pine, and the pine that's the needles of that's the same same plant is sea pine, and they kind of do this thing where a little bit of vagal tone, a little bit of dysregulation, there's that, but those two, sea pine and terebinth, also enhance or stimulate body listening, like the ability for the mind to hear the signals from the body. And there's other things like frankincense does it, and there's other things that do it. But terebinth is interesting that way. Yeah. Because how we're talking about all of this, if you think about like terebinth gets used in a lot of like muscle blends, through the ages and arthritis and things like that. And, when you're dealing with a health issue, the idea of body listening and processing and shifting the nervous system even though people don't talk about it, that is still something that's in play. And a lot of times people get so focused on the symptom, they lose sight of that balancing of the nervous system. But a lot of times how these things that have worked through the ages, how they work so well is because they're not just like increasing a bit of vagal tone or diminishing some dysregulation, but they're stimulating other neurological processes. And so, we see it as like, oh, it's good for aches and pains, or it's good for the joints, or it's good for this, but it's also good for neurological signaling and increasing the mind's ability to process that information. So, body listening. Yeah.
It almost seems like that would be even fascia related, just like
Yeah,
what you're
it,
saying.
it, it kind of is. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, good questions and shares that little bit there, guys. I think we have a little time to do a little
Yeah.
something.
So let's take the oils from segment 3 in your left hand, segment 4 in your right hand. And part of working the heart rate is that area, the base of your skull. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do like the quick version of, hey, I have 5 or 10 minutes to go through and do a little treatment. Instead of doing a big long process, what can I do real fast? We're going to go through and do that with segment 3 and segment 4 oils. So you're taking the segment 3 oil and you're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on the base of your skull. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is at the base of the skull. And then switch to your right hand. Switch to the oil from segment 4. You're inhaling, your awareness still is at the base of the skull. So you're switching to the other oil. And then just pause and be still. Okay. Oil from segment 3, the one on your left hand. Again, you're inhaling. Your awareness is at the base of your skull. You're switching to segment 4 oil, still at the base of your skull. And then just pause and let go. So here we did a couple of cycles. You can see it's kind of relaxing and put you in a little bit of a different place. Very good for heart rate. Very, very good for heart rate. So if you have issues with heart rate, like I'd still do the long protocol, but for maintenance in between, you could do the little short version of it. So how'd that make you feel? Okay.
Yeah, I liked. I love the back and forth stuff.
Yeah, the back and forth is, I mean, I like doing that at night myself.
That's what that's
Yeah.
the emotional one, the heart emotional one.
Mhm.
I did every night for at least a month.
Mhm. Good for you.
Yeah.
So any questions or comments? You can unmute, type in. I mean, we just talked with everybody, so probably,
Yeah, maybe.
yeah. Okay, so we'll start again at 10 in the morning and we have some
Yeah,
questions.
yeah. Just let me go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Salt bath recommendations.
Hmm. Well, since we're in the vein of cardiovascular, you can do like marjoram, but like
Hmm.
lang could be good. But like if you wanted to go like kind of swing for the fences, like something like a Nula or Neroli, um, Neroli, Melissa. I mean, those are fancy things, like, but the Ling Ling's kind of a good one. It's the cardiac muscle, it's cleansing to the body, but it hits the cardiac muscle. It's very, very soothing, and you know, it's not a super fancy thing. Marjoram would hit that mark too. Like the thing with marjoram is, yes, it's good for putting the body in vagal tone, but and taking out spasms and helps to transmute things in the body. But also it is good for like the tensions in the body
Mm.
that could cause like cardiovascular issues. And, like we were talking about, the cardiovascular system you're working at and like old emotions like sadness and grief and things like that
Yep.
comes up. Um, marjoram has a transmuting effect on some of those things, so
Okay.
in that vein too, rose, cypress, without trying to go into the fancy things, the ginger lily is good, but
Mm.
one that is also good for like sadness and grief and things, not quite as good as ginger lily, but it's still good, is a cypriol, that one that
Mm.
we're talking about now for a little while. And so you could throw that one in the mix.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, lots of options. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Good idea.
Hmm.
Salt bath tonight after stay. All right, I think we're
Okay.
gonna be at that.
All right, you guys, we have more to do tomorrow, and we'll kind of be doing things that aren't necessarily in the booklet, but we have time. We'll do the little two-fisted thing, which we probably will. And so, yeah, we'll see you at 10.